Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Welcome Neptune Reborn, Mr. Doctor 3000. Welcome guys. Kerbal Space Program today. Let me get the music started. Oh, it's gonna be loud. Change the volume. There we go. So watching The Expanse yesterday. There we go there. Basically, not all of it, but like the last 3 seasons I was binge watching the last 3 days. It's now eagerly awaiting season 6 like everybody else. Alright, music going into the breach is the first soundtrack for today. Get all the posting done. Alright, let me get my windows fixed. Let's get into the game. Doop, 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 doop. Alright, resume saved. Twitch hard mode. Alright, gotta figure out which contracts we're doing again. Welcome to Mission Control. Class A asteroid. Orbital station around Minmus. I think what I was going to do was add on to the new one we just brought there. So we have to make that. I think I was going to do a habitat and the science thing. Fully assembled when launched. That's interesting. And then we'll just attach it to the other one after to expand the capacity of our main base. Spectrezes, welcome. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Rover our moon large crater. Did we ship that? Let's look at the status of that one. I remember... Do I remember making one? Did we land it? VIP... needs to land on Minmus. I think we've sent Kima there. Another VIP... Land on the moon. Let's check them. That's in process. Later. In process. We can at least do half of this. I'm not sure the other half. Hey Gracie, welcome as well. Hello. Played some Kerbal 2, started exploring Eve. Nice. Asteroid. Later. 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 Alright. Alright, so we gotta figure out where our VIP is. And then sending that. And then I think I'm going to start looking into... especially this one, Classy. We have our asteroid grabber, but I think I need to figure out something bigger for the Classy asteroid. I think I know what I want to do for that, so... Alright, let me look at the status of our flights now. Build Moose Station. Why? For what? Alright. They're kind of... they're unusual enough, I kind of like those. Whoops. Wrong place. Alright, so let me look at my flights. Alright, so we have... Okay. Okay, so we have the station going to Minmus. Okay, so that's good. And that's probably the tourist... Okay, so let's look at these two flights. So that would account for the tourist going to Minmus and the station going to Minmus. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. So we're going to attach this to the Minmus station hub on the side, and then we can still extend it on that side. Hey Napsmore, hello, welcome. And then the other flight I need to look at is this guy. Which should be our tourist. Chris Bird and Kima. Yep. So we're good there. How many objects out of that? That's a good question. Should count. Alright, so we got those two flights going to Minmus. Anything going to the moon? Doesn't look like it. And there were... Okay, that one, is that getting close? Let me look at the tracking station. Yeah, kind of. I can't remember if that's the E or the... let me get my crew manifest here. KSP crew. The DGY, that's the A-class asteroids, that's a small one. Then the big one over here, that's the E-class asteroid. And then the B-class we've already put in orbit around Minmus. So we got that done. Yeah, so I need something a little more beefy to do the Class E asteroid. So we'll probably design that today. In the meantime, and then we have some stuff going to Duna. We're a little late for Jewel. And we're still waiting on Eve. That's gonna be a while. Could shoot something at Moho, or attempt to. At least a flyby. Alright, so I think we're good. Oh yeah, I wanted to focus you on Kerbin. Okay, we have sent our science rover for that. So I think this is the first... oh yeah, I gotta figure out the moon. Oh no, this is the moon miner. Okay, so this is just flying around. It's already accomplished its mission. But we have some ore. If we ever have a thing that needs ore, we're all set. Alright, so you aren't going to the moon, you're just happen to be in the same orbit. We'll see if it gets kicked around anywhere. I guess I could lower the orbit so it never has issues with kicked out of orbit. There. That should keep it safe. Alright, so we don't need to worry about that. Moon Rover 7. Okay, that's what's going there. Okay. So that's something actually going... This must be our scanner rover. That must be our scanner rover. Yep. Alright, so node in 1 day. Okay, only one of you is running right now. So the clock is still broken. Of course, there's been no updates for the while. They did do an update for something that's causing a game critical fault, but now they stopped. They have to. There's one more feature they have to add that they skipped in the last update, and then probably some bug fixes. Yeah, the alarm clock doesn't work right. I haven't tried the transfer window thing, so I'll have to see on that. Let's go ahead and point this. That's right. That's one thing I forgot was the reaction wheel. So this thing is a little bit sluggish. But that should be okay for the landing. Okay, so those are our 3 flights. This is probably next. I just need to find out the status of our moon tourist. So let's get into the station here. Station 2. No, the clock has problems. It doesn't count down all the clocks at once. So it can miss the it's only counting down. It's not counting down any of them right now. So the clock is broken. Sometimes it'll count down 2, sometimes just the 1 you're active. So if I were the time warp, it would miss this maneuver. So don't rely on the alarm clock. Rayford and Kerbin. Oh, did we already land our Kerbal then? Just have to take them off again. I assume I would have done that on the daytime side. Moonlander 8, yeah, there we are. Alright, so you've done your thing, we just need to bring you up. Oh yes, yeah, ksp.olex.biz. Yeah, that's what I would be using. Yeah, and then the Delta V map. Do I have a link for that? I think I have a command for the Delta V map. No, you're only... Okay, so this is for planting a flag. Alright, so we need to get you back up. And do we have science on board? Yes. Okay, so we need to get you home. Yeah, this is a flag planting mission. So now we have... Okay, let's go ahead and get you home. 90 degrees up that way. And then we'll figure out where the tourist is. Alright. 3, 2, 1, lift off. Yeah, I gotta turn down the sound again. It's a little bit loud. $28,000 Apple apps, that should be good. There's the 2 rovers. Ooh, that's a good question. Factorio. Yeah, 10k. Yeah, my station's up at 50,000, so we need to stay low so we can catch up to it. That's a really good question. I think Factorio... I think Factorio teaches you more about the style of game overall. You know, the factory belt combinations. But Dyson Sphere is so pretty. It's hard to say. I think you can get farther in Dyson Sphere. Without as much knowledge. I think Factorio, in the end, kind of trains you more on the general style of game. Yeah, over for Dyson. Yeah, no, I think Dyson, I think is a more satisfying. You know, it's like the whole thing of when you see the Dyson Sphere being made. All right, so what I want to do, so we want to target station. That's behind us. So if I were to punch this out, what would I get? Alright, get a rendezvous on the backside first time around, 5 kilometers, 87 meters per second. Yeah, we'll do that. Otherwise, we'd have to go around several times to catch up. And we have the fuel. Uh, 5 kilometers. Okay, we got the exact. Oh no, I didn't close it. Okay. As So that's too suspicious. That's the exact same number. Okay, 4.7. Got a little bit better. Excellent. So now we can go back around here. Yeah, they messed up the target things, because now it used to be when you're warping it would stay consistent. Now when you warp it, so it changes the markers. So they messed up something with them. For a while they're always kind of like really unstable, and then they were really, really good, and now they're kind of, there's like, so when you're warping they don't say the same thing as when you're not warping. Hey Shukanen, welcome. Alright, now we're down to 0.7. And 23 meters per second. Alright, so I need to still send a docking arm to the new station. Alright, so now as the sun rises, go dock. Alright, it's comparatively, we have, okay, we're on the right side too. Okay, so we just have to come around here, dock to there. Alright, so let's get our camera mode set up. Okay, there it is. Alright, so we need to go over there. Get in front of the docking port. Line our vector. Actually, we can collect all the science and move it into there. That's what that's for. Maneuvering mode, yeah. Actually, I never used that. It says target. It's like I like having both sets of controls active at once. Yeah, no, they have to do one. They left out a feature they have to still add. And then they need to fix some bugs. I forget what it was that they were trying to add but couldn't quite figure it out. Alright, can I get parallel with the port? Oh yeah, we can bring in the gears. Not that it matters, but... Now we want to just get all three lined up. Reaction wheels off. And we are docked. And make sure it actually did turn off the reaction wheels. Yes. Excellent. Alright, so now when caught, I guess we can just leave everything in there. And transfer you. And there you go. Ground anchor, that's it. Yeah, exactly, just bug updates. I knew there was some major feature that they wanted to add. Alright, so this is all done. So now I need to find where my moon tourist is at. So we got the flight, the rover flight to the moon, 2 flights to Minmus. We need to go fix the Minmus satellite. Hey nerds and derps, hey animal, how you doing? I presume you lost control of your Discord account, forgot your password and made a new one. I just wanted to confirm it with you first before I Switch over your role. Okay, that's what I figured. I saw the activity in the logs, and it's like I know what happened there, but let's not assume. Alright, so we Minmus, find Minmus. Okay, so you're on your way. Yeah, I gotta figure out where this Kerbal is. Sonvan. Alright, let's check in here. Hey Cubivore, welcome. How you doing? Mr. Not Nice, welcome back. Got booted out because your move. Oh, weird. Because it, yeah, because it's making you relog because of different location, and then yeah, latest patch. Hey Moochie, how you doing? Welcome. All right, I just need to stick something out there so I can check the crew. Okay, we must already have the Kerbal up on the moon station. Don't save. Alright, I mean, let me check the asteroid dates as well. Since we're in the tracking station, then we need to be to do that. Alright, so the Class A, 41 days. Class E is 114 days. Alright. You know what? We can at least set the alarm clock on that. Nice. And then we click that. It's another alarm. Alright, there we go. Okay, so we have... Okay, so we at least have dates, and... See, they're both updating, because I just created them. If I... Yeah, see, it doesn't update. If I just go to edit mode. If I just do apply changes, trying to figure out how if there's a trick to getting these to activate. No, still no trick to that. All right, Spec, have a good sleep. Thank you so much. Good night. 4 a.m. Kyrgyzstan, awesome. I think the only one there. That's awesome. That's a great thing about streaming. I mean, people from all over the world. Unknown object. Class D. Let's see. Wow, that... Yeah, I just want to track it just to see where the heck... Man, if we had to grab that one, the Delta V required would be just outrageous. Cease tracking. terminate. Let me see. Yeah, just stop tracking. That's all. Okay, good. But yeah, that's that's pretty crazy. Space in KSP, yeah, exactly. Alright, that's why what I need to do is go to our station. See if I can track down this tourist. Alright, we're looking for Sonvan. Okay, you're not on the station. I guess I should. Do we have anybody on the other station yet? I don't think so. No, none at all. Okay, we actually have people. Okay, we do have people here. Nice. There's Sonvan. Excellent. Were we gonna replace the... I think we were gonna replace the crew on the Lally, Kimden, Erdis. Yeah, I think we were going to replace the crew on the moon station. I think that was our goal. Okay, we're fueled up. Excellent. Yeah, and then our standard docking was going to be shuttles on the top and bottom, and then these guys in the front there. Then we need to add another docking arm on this side. Also need more crew capacity. Consensus time warp. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's kind of like time travel, you know, stories. There's all kinds of different ways of handling the concept, but generally what we gotta do is you just gotta pick one and go with it, and then and then let everything else flow from that decision. Tag out, tag in mechanic. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, with the construction mechanics, building in space could probably be multiplayer. But building in the VAB would be your own project. All right, so yeah, let's get Sonvan to the moon. Actually, is Sonvan? One thing I wish they would have added. One thing I really wish they have added, though, is a way of tracking your Kerbals in a station. You know, because all it has to be is when you're hovering over the Kerbal, the part lights up. That's all it would have to be. It's like, where are you? Hover. Oh, there you are. Where are you? Hover. Oh, there you are. That's really all it has to be. Because I have no... I can kind of get a guess by... So I can tell you are in a... in the hitchhiker. So Sanvan needs to transfer. To there. See-through windows. That's true, at least you know where the Kerbals are. Okay, I know, it's like, I know, okay, I know there's a Kerbal in there. That kind of thing. So you were Dedlin. And we can get their personal internal view. And then I could tell, okay, he's looking at the moon. So where's the moon? There. Yeah, I tried it, but yeah, that would be good too. At least here you do, like I said, you do get a chance to see where there are and aren't Kerbals. But yeah, it's like it really needs to be a light up system. That's a good thought though. It's like, where is this Kerbal? Add slot? Remove what? Oh, okay, there we go. So you can go to 4, you can show 4 now. And so you can actually go all the way to... Yeah, I got one more patch. Yeah, the ground attachment part, yeah, and then a few bug fixes. Hopefully they fix the alarm clock. Alright, so there we go. Yeah. That's good. Internal view. And then that's the other thing you can do is you can always EVA them and see where they pop out. So Dedlin, where are you? Ah, there you are. Okay. Get back in and then I'll transfer you. Three dock ships. Well, this is going to be permanent, but I need to move it down here at some point. So as soon as this is mostly empty, we'll deorbit this and shift this down to here, because it's a refueling tank. So this is all core. This was an add-on piece for docking, and then I'll put a second one over on this side. And then we have a shuttle between Kerbin and the moons, and this is between Kerbin and here. So it brings up Kerbals and then brings them back down. So all I have to do to transfer Kerbals is I already have a craft pre-built that can handle 5 Kerbals. This can handle 7 back and forth. I also have a 3 Kerbal shuttle. And then we have this. And then I have a couple more docking ports here. I think what I'm going to do is add on that piece I'm going to add to Minmus on this. Put the docking arm beyond that. That's yeah, exactly. Yeah, we can dock them on the end of there. I have to try one of those builds. Anyway, we have our new moon crew. And we have our moon tourist, so let's send them to the moon. This will be the first time we are this is the first time we're sending them from this station to the moon, because I put this station specifically on a Minmus inclination, so that makes it easy to go to Minmus, but of course it's weird for the moon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like sad, but it's like it's definitely had a good run. And the last few updates have really added some nice features. I mean, you know, just when they finally added Delta V calculations in the game alone was a huge step. Alright, so we need to about there. Add maneuver. The arm clock also is a huge step, but they gotta fix it. It's broken for a lot of people. I don't know if it's universally broken, but it's broken for me. And then the rendezvous one. Yeah, I need to play with that. See how that works. Seemed to, I kind of did a sample thing with it. Seemed to work pretty well. Yeah, that's the mod makers, now that they know it's going to be stable forever, are probably cheering. And users, it's like, okay, last update. Where's the moon periaps? There we go, 130. That. Oh yeah, we're. Something's going weird. Okay, it's kicking us way. No, that's fine. Kerbin. I gotta learn this new. Gotta learn some new tricks here. Maneuver 1. There we go. Oh, that's why, because it swings by that way. There we go. Yeah, we just need to do an adjustment burn. The real solar system? Yeah, I think so. There's a real solar system of B9 parts. Oh, mega parts. Oh, okay, so even bigger than the Apollo parts. Alright, so that's our problem is, yeah, it's just going to swing over the top. I don't know if any of that's going to fix anything though. So yeah, now we have to get in the habit of making adjustment burns for the moon. Minor planet, yeah. Alright, so we're ready with the transfer. Do need to fill up the monoprop at some point. Alright, warp to the maneuver. What was that? Some extra suns. Oh no! And it's like Linux Guru Gamer is like, it's like how many mods do I have to update? Okay, I'm burning. I guess it's fine. We get to see the moon over the horizon. Okay, I'm burning a little bit early, but it still works out. Yeah. But maybe some of those mod makers, you know, who are, you know, getting frustrated at having to update all the time, will come back for that last update. That's another thing they need to fix is the sounds do weird things. This one isn't doing it. Like if you back out, it all of a sudden goes to the left ear. On some craft. They did fix this. Backspace. Where when you go in the map mode, it would go into the left ear, depending on how you looked at it. So they fixed that sound, but then they it's not completely messed up, but it's not as good as it before. Because apparently Unity had some weird stuff with sound placement that made map mode work weirdly. Yeah, exactly. Now I need to adjust the volume again, because the engines are a little bit louder. So right now it's about close to equal to my voice if I'm speaking loudly. You can probably still hear my voice, but so there it's showing minus 18 on the dB. There it goes to minus 10. Alright, let's take a look at... Okay, not too bad. Gonna set moon as our target so we can... Okay, so what we need to do is set... Add a maneuver. Yeah, that's much better. And I don't think that's ready for anything yet. I need a docking arm on that station. So that's really our target. There we go. Alright, that's in 43 minutes. Yeah, rendezvous with the station. KSP2, yeah, $40. That sounds about right. Yeah, we're going to rendezvous with the station, and then we're going to land a tourist on the moon. Alright, I don't think we have any other... We have something in the day. Yeah, there's no other missions, so 43 minutes for this. We'll go ahead and get this out of the way. Nice. Yeah, so all these guys need... Well, you've planted a flag on the moon already. No, you guys have already all done that. Huh. So I think I meant for them to go to Minmus instead. Eventually. Nope. Almost missed the burn. I will take that. Actually, a little bit low. There we go, that's better. Alright, then our rendezvous maneuver. Okay. I can't quite get it around. Can't quite get it around another time. .9 kilometers, we'll take it, and then we will add it to the alarm clock. 1 day, 1 hour. See, yeah, the other one hasn't updated, even though we've added 50 minutes to the time there. Those two are running. Maternal Kerbin? Possibly. No, because you actually have to burn more to get into a retrograde orbit. Because you start off with a prograde orbit and then you keep burning and you get a retrograde orbit. The reason why you do the retrograde orbit, though, is if it's just a flyby, then you automatically go back to Kerbin. Yeah, I wish there was a trick to activate all these. For one brief moment I had them all running at the same time. I was like, yes! Alright, so that's ready. Let's do that. So the solar panels work at all angles. Alright, so now we have 4 flights. Maneuver tool. Lurk on. Alright, Moochie, thank you very much. Or are you talking about Gaming Paws? Gaming Paws, thank you for the lurk. As well. Drift alongside the ships, right? Alright, so we got that going. Let's go back to Space Center. Pretty sure the moon rover's next. Oh yeah, really should have updated Kerbin Station. Sun van. Yeah, I'm confused. Yeah, because the crew that's there, okay, they were meant to be... Got the wrong Kerbals flying around. Okay, you guys have done that. Flying the Minmus. Okay, that's correct. Now I know flying the moon. I know it's at least Sanvan. I know you're going. Tracking station. Alright, we can see all the maneuvers flashing in here. So I actually have 5 maneuver nodes. Minmus Station, Kerbin Shuttle, orbiting Minmus. Alright, what were you all about? Oh, you're the one going to fix that satellite. Like satellite Dunasat. Tracked objects. Yeah, that and some way of sorting these. Like picking... Oh, because there's the one above. Okay. Oh, I see what... I thought that was like some kind of thing, but it's just the rover wheels. On the one up there. Alright, Kerbin Shuttle 3 orbiting Minmus. Yeah, so you're going up to rendezvous with this satellite, broken satellite. Fix it, but I don't think we can... get the right thing. So you're not updating. Because here's the true times. Three days, 7 days, 2 days, 4 hours. Okay, selecting that got it to update. Now it's still running. Alright, so now if I fly... want the closest date. Will all the alarms be running? Because it's kind of janky, but okay, they are currently all running. Alright. So we do have a way of resetting them. Okay, good. I think these will slowly drop out as we go. Okay, so just select them all in the in the thing. Okay, contract-wise, I think everybody is on their way. That's still going. I should check the status of that. We're going to repair the satellite, but this first part, have an engineer on the active vessel. That's the sticking point. Class C asteroid, put in orbit of the moon. Orbital station around the Eve, 6,000 units of liquid fuel, ship to Eve, 1,500 units of monoprop. Okay, so there's nothing else we need to do except this guy. Alright, so we can go ahead and warp to the event. We're just getting in orbit, I think, is our entire objective here. And then I got to make sure I know the right delete and close. Nice. Yeah, it's not even very accurate. Orbital closing. Holy cow, that thing is sluggish as heck. Because I did not bring any reaction wheels. So landing, it's potentially a little trickier. Hey, Noswolf, hello, welcome. Potentially a little trickier. Alright, 38.106. By 30. Okay, that's fine. That is fine. If I wanted to even those out, I think it'd be radial out. Yes. Then we can try to even those out. It's too limited amount. Alright, not important, we got a nice little thing. So now we gotta figure out where to land. I need to go check the details of the contract here. Because it tells you where you can find what we're looking for. See a rover arm of moon large crater. Okay, yeah, we need to go see the contract. Home from barbecue party. Nice. Yeah. Can be a lot. That sounds fun. Yeah, that's like a party? What is that? It's too high here. It's gonna be 113 here, which is... yeah, exactly 45 Celsius. It is very hot. Got hit 130 in Death Valley, which is 50. So 122 is 50. Another 8 degrees. Yeah, just shy of 55 Celsius. Yeah, like 50, 54 and a half. Yeah, they just were a couple degrees short of breaking the world record for the highest temperature on Earth ever, or measured. I'm sure there's a couple of obscure places in the middle of the Sahara that have at some point gotten even hotter, but... Alright, so we want to... large crater. Okay, so we can find these... Twin craters, far side crater, or Midlands biomes. So twin crater, far side crater, right. Filled with ice, yeah, that would do it. Alright, so we need to see if the far side crater is something we can get to. Yeah, that's the thing, it's like... yeah, if it ever gets super hot, I mean, just, yeah, filling a bathtub, even with tap temperature water, it's like if you're desperate to cool down, it's like that can be a lifesaver. Hey Pokerot, welcome. Five degree, yeah. That's how I figured it out. I've memorized all the 5-degree temperature differences. So 0 is 32, and then you just keep adding 9s. So 32, 41, 50, 59, 68 is handy because that's, you know, 20 equals 68 because that's room temperature. 25 is 77, which is a nice outside temperature. 30 is where it starts getting warm. 30 is 86. 35 is 95. That's pretty easy to remember. 15 is nice outside. So yeah, that's how I've done it, is memorized all those 5-degree differences. Then I can just, you know, you just kind of give a guess. Alright, where are we? There's our rover. Alright, so far side crater. So that... I don't know if that's the far side. Far side crater. Okay, that's what we're looking for. So that's where we want to land. that. So we click on the moon. There we go. Moon rover. There we go. That's one we want to do. That's one we're doing. 17 Celsius when you drove home. It's just a few degrees off temperature of the surface of the sun. Hey, Liver, welcome. How you doing? Good seeing you. It's been a while. This thing, Carlo, hello. Welcome, guys. Alright, so let's get our it's a far side crater. So there's where we want to do our retro burn. And just have a place to know where to burn. And then player watch for a while. Cows in the far side crater. That would have been a great Easter egg. Because they added a bunch of Easter eggs in the last update. Alright, this is going to be a weird landing. Alright, so I want blue up, pointed up. Finicky, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Have to see how the official multiplayer in KSP2 works. Got a little imbalance there. Can't move a little bit sideways. Oh yeah, because the arm. Oh yeah, I did put the medium arm on the other side. Alright, that'll do the trick. We'll try to land here. So we go ahead and keep burning a little bit more. There we go. So that translates to, I think, here. That's where we're trying to land. Kerbin off in the distance there. That looks like a good screenshot here. There we go, for the thumbnail. Super things, yeah. It's like when you get some, I mean, single player is fine for me, but yeah, it's like goofy things in video games going on in multiplayer. It's probably some of the biggest laughs you'll have. The thing is though, it's like in KSP though, you're not experiencing the same thing quite as often together. But I could see you trying to use the construction stuff for like building a space station could get quite silly. Let's get some stats. That with mine. Yeah, you gotta have the right. That's true. You gotta have the right friends. Or at least, you know, even if they aren't mean, you know, you gotta be on the same page of what you want to accomplish. Oh, that's kind of a weird ridge. Interesting. That would be helpful. Yeah, it does pull a little bit to the left. Alright, now we're falling mostly straight down. Now we are falling straight down. Now we need to slow down. Alright. I think we can just kind of maintain our velocity here. Okay, there's our shadow. Helpful info. There's the lights. And there's the shadow resolving into something much more precise. And there's us touching down. There we go. The game crashed. Alright, so now, are we going to be able to find those things anywhere close by? Alright, so we're going to control from here, so we can drive this thing. So we want steering, normal, steering enabled. Steering off on the back. Motor name. Okay, let's see what driving this thing is going to be like. Hey, 9-3, welcome. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was one of my better landings. Alright, don't flip over. Don't flip over. Alright, so it drives pretty well. Let's go ahead and put the brakes back on. Now let's see if we can find one of these craters we're supposed to scan. Might have to turn on that one cheat mode to look for them. They're pretty rare. Actually, they may... That's the problem. It may not be in all the biomes listed. Is that one? No. I'm gonna try to locate one through normal means, but we may have to turn that cheat mode. There's one. That's what we're looking for right there. Alright, so which way is forward? Perfect. Hey, we didn't have to cheat this time. NASA 1957, hey Nestor. That's why I need to do my tutorial videos. Speaking of videos, of course I'm doing the VODs. Whoops, let's slow down. I'm doing the VODs on YouTube, so you can find this entire Kerbal series. Satisfactory, Empyrean. I'm getting the Oxygen Not Included updated, and Dyson Sphere program. So you can rewatch the VODs on YouTube. And I want to start doing original YouTube videos again on the original channel. And so what I think I'll do with those is we'll do Transport Fever and Mashinki over there. Okay, we got a downhill segment here. So the big arm is on the right. I think that's it there. My brakes do slow me down. That's yeah, it looks like it. Did bring enough battery to, I think, send the data. At least I hope so. Nope, nope. Let's ease it back. There's still problems with landed craft when you come back to them from a different scene. Sometimes they still pop into the air. Is that not it? That doesn't work. That's just a rock. Is that it? Might have been over the hill. Because they're pretty big. They're about twice as big as the rover here. Yeah, we have solars on the side there. Alright, let me go ahead and park it for a moment, and then let's look for that crater again. It was quite a ways away, that's for sure. There it is. Oops. A little bit to the right. So just over through that saddle there. '24 streamer, the travel coming up. We're gonna circumnavigate the moon. Yeah, I've had several. One place where like I've 2 rovers like this on their laying on their sides. And after one was laid on its side, I still had to maneuver it over and connect it to finish the mission. Alright, let's keep this below 7. I guess level ground now. Yeah, I'm bouncing. Yeah, it's better than... I know for a while it was like absolutely just impossible. So it's better than those days. I forget which updates had those problems, but I wasn't playing during all that. But I know it's like one of VJ's, you know, big stations on like Minmus on the flat plains. He switched to it and it just cracked and striked and blew up into 1,000 bits. And it was, I think that's about as close as EJ's come to quitting the game. Can't hit the rocks. Those always kind of fake me out. Because it's kind of asymmetrical like that. I think we just have to go over this ridge. Or is... No, that's not it. Is that it? No. They're placed in a certain way. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, there's all kinds of weird things like that. It's like, why? Why? Shell and Kerbal survive. Is that it? Alright, let's reorient. There it is. Right there. Dramatic music. Dramatic driving music. Yeah, that slid away. That's the problem. Yeah, I don't think it can reach. Scan. Oh, okay. Okay, the long arm. Might have had to wait for... Alright, we need to transmit. We have 33% now. That's with alarm. Now do I have to scan it? All the detail possible. So if I transmit... So do I have to find two others? Well, let's go ahead and... let her recharge. It's a little difficult because we're actually like at high noon, so our panels don't actually get very efficient charging right now. So 2 hours to the next maneuver. I like that it's still rolling. Okay, they're all still rolling. Okay, so that seems to be the workaround. Is to click all the machines with a maneuver in the tracking station. "20 people half a day," yeah. Well, I think that's one of the definitions of introvert versus extrovert. As an introvert can be with people, but they spend energy. An extrovert, when they're with people, gain energy. Yeah, so it's actually going down because it's more and more noontime. Yeah, now it's getting better again. Wait, we're actually losing energy now. There we go. So we passed through absolute noon. And now our per second charge is getting better and better. People! Now it's up to 12. There we go. Now it's getting much better. So do I need to do 3 different scans? Okay, now we're fully charged. So I'm going to send this, then we're going to try the scan again. It's probably going to say no. The moon is as full of holes as we expected. And we need... Oof, it's going to be close. Over 1,400 to transmit. So we got 20 minutes to the maneuver. Keep an eye on that. Alright, let's go to the next ship. And hopefully when we come back we don't... one thing I do want to do here though is this. Needs to be a rover. No, that's it was pre-built on Kerbin. We flew this in orbit. Hey Fleddy, welcome. We flew this in orbit as is. Alright, contract complete. Oh, okay, we got it all, okay. Service to the moon. Oh good, okay, we don't have to come back here. Nice. Alright, let's go get our new contract and then we'll do our maneuver. Yeah, yep. If we go into the VAB, I'll show you the rocket for it. Okay, so we only got 33%, but we sent it, that counted for 100%. Yeah, I still don't get these scanning missions. We gotta check the Minmus one. Minmus one's going slow. Science data from space around Minmus. Okay, we can do that right now. Free contract, basically. Yeah, I can show you the rocket that launched that. Moon rover 7. That was it? Okay, wasn't actually that large. So that got us enough fuel to get us into orbit to the moon and land. Okay. I was expecting boosters around it. That actually isn't too bad. Alright. Yeah, slow ascend. Yep. That's it exactly. The launch pad and light it with a lighter. Yeah. Go straight up. Keep it below 300 meters per second. About 15,000 I'll start turning over slowly. At 25,000 then we can just punch it and go. Alright, let's take a look at the Minmus. The goo experiment. Time for your second barbecue, yeah. Isn't that, you know, it's like, it'd be less dangerous to light this than the way some people light their barbecues. It's like, let's just pour on the lighter fluid and then give it time for the vapors to accumulate and toss a match from 5 feet away. Alright, so where's our little experiment? Man, some lighting conditions, it's really hard to see the there it is. No eyebrows is a summer grooming trend. Hold my beer. Color code, yeah, ooh, that'd be neat. We're all for more colors in this save. Open perspective, hello. Alright, we got our little experiments going here. Got our goo pod. Hey, we're up to 2.26%. I think we only need to get to 50. .07 per hour, so that means every 14 hours. So every 2.5 Kerbal days we get one more point of science. How much do we actually need to get? That's what we're about to do. 50%. I'm not sure why it says 0. Reset camera. Okay, that's the only, yeah, that's the only official thing there. Science rate 5%. So is it 5% of that? Anyway, let's get her. Has 35%. Not used by. Yeah, could be. That's probably it. Because I used an engineer to get the on everything to get the extra power. I should have had the scientist put that part down. Alright, but we just need science from space. We can do with anybody. So I should have had the engineer put everything else up, but then the scientist put that one down. There it is. Log temperature, transmit temperature. I'm done. Another contract done. Free money. 9 minutes to the next maneuver. Yeah, that's part of it, is I need to learn these new features. So I figured out the scanning of the objects part. Now I need to figure out the portable science stuff. Alright, new contract. Gravimetric surveys of Kerbin near pilot's pylons. I probably do not want to do that. Beta site. Gamma site. I don't like doing these survey missions because they're just a pain. No, that was on Minmus. It's down there. Yeah, so we'd have to travel there. I'll have to do it on the surface. Yeah. Sounds kind of interesting, but gravimetric. Yeah, I'm gonna skip that one. Alright, what we what we can't skip is we have to go to whatever has that maneuver. 9 minutes. Kerbin shuttle. Small probe to do it? Yeah, possibly. Well, you have to move around different places, so I would need to send that rover. The same kind of rover over there to drive around. Yeah, survey missions, yeah. I just skipped those. The flying ones, this one. We'll cancel it, take the hit, and take the next. I also don't do parts testing in atmosphere. This is the other one that's a pain to do. Delete and close. Alright, the rest of you guys running? They are still running, okay, good. Oh, thanks. wait till you see the station. Actually, what I like is now you can now change it all. So if I remove from symmetry... Oh no, these are the old kinds, so I can't change them in... Something happened where there's a legacy version and then there's a new version. And the legacy versions you can't change the light colors anymore. Yeah, with the last update. Alright, let's see the actual results. 0.9 kilometers. And that's in 1 hour. 6 hours the next maneuver. I should send the parts for the other stations, since all the missions are kind of doing their thing. They also broke the intersect markers during warp. When you start warping, they change to something else. Alright. Where do I need to dock? In the bottom of the tank? I think so. Yeah, we'll have to go down under. Yep. Let's get in docking mode here. Rimworld, yes. Yeah. I haven't finished the game yet. I do need to get a save of that going at some point. I started streaming one earlier this year, but got obsessed with some other games. Well, thank you. Yeah, the only available docking spots are wrapped around there. There is one that way, but this is in the way, and there's one underneath. So we'll go for the one underneath. Now we were going to transfer stations though. I do have a new station, but I need to send its docking arm and its crew extension. Hit M instead of N. Alright, so that's our target. So there's center of mass. Save energy, yeah. Alright, let me turn off the reaction wheels. The key to having stations like this is don't allow reaction wheels from dock ships to be on. It's okay for usually most pods and probe cores to keep their reaction wheels on, but any big ones gotta be turned off. First time player, hey Tin Can, welcome. Yeah, Minmus is easier for landing because it has nice flat spaces. It's a little harder to get to because of the inclination. Everything says moon first. Yeah, you just fly by it. So why aren't we docked yet? The SAS was holding it. Holding the angle. Alright, we are docked. And like I said, I think I brought the wrong Kerbals to the moon. But we know that Sonvan wants to land. Tourists may not disembark. So we know, and this is our active lander. Funny, they land there, yeah. 30 science, it gave me 10% of the 50. Oh, okay. Good to know. What to build to get there? I can show... Well, you're early on. Do you just need to fly by or land? What's the mission? Alright, so Sonvan needs to land. Flyby. Then that's usually not too bad. There's Sonvan. Transfer. Boom. And we'll bring a pilot. Oh yeah, I still need to reset. Do I need to reset everything? Yes, I do need to reset the science. I think all the pilots have their XP. And flag on the moon. Plant flag on the moon. Malamore does need to go back. Get XP around Minmus. So definitely swap them out. I think everyone here has already planted a flag. Alright. Wincott just went down. Lally. That way, if there's any emergencies, we do have a Kerbal on board. Whoops. Transfer crew, transfer. Boom. Do you have to return? Been engineers. Yes, you do get a mix of them all. That you just had bad luck. Yeah, and then the other key to a flyby mission. Let me just go ahead and use one of my stations as an example. So for the flyby mission, that's what's Delta V. That's the measure of how capable your craft is. It's not measured in distance because delta V, because you have to go faster and go slower when you get to the other side. So you use half your delta V to go faster and half your delta V to slow down again. That's a simplified version. But that's the measure of what it takes to do things. So for example, going to the moon, there it is. I don't even know if you have maneuver nodes yet. That's something you have to unlock with the tracking station. So I don't know if you even have these. Career is actually really hard for beginners. No, you can see delta V in the game now. It's all in the game when you're building. So 821 meters per second, that's your delta V. Change in velocity is what it means. So you're going 821 meters per second faster than you were before. Yeah, but you see the numbers in game now. You don't need Kerbal Engineer. But yeah, if you overshoot the moon, yeah, that's the thing. I think for the flyby, I don't think you have maneuver nodes, so it's really tough to. Actually, I would recommend. Let me plug my own video here real fast. Because I have all my previous streams, and so I can kind of point you to where I do that exact mission, and you can watch it. Do I get it done in the first video? Mooner missions. Reach the point of flying by the moon. Okay, so in my first one, yeah, so at the end of this video, towards the end, is that mission. And so I think watching an example of it will give you the basics there, and then have basically the parts that you would be more using, and some of the challenges of it, because that's not, at that stage of the career, that's not an easy mission. That. Yeah, it's not... Yeah, it's like, I could describe it using things I have now, but I think I have a lot more stuff than you have. And so I don't think you have maneuver nodes. You have much simpler parts. I'm usually pretty good at describing some of the issues. There's no solar panels, so electricity is an issue. Alright, let's get back to the moon. That's a busy, yeah. Very, very busy. And the ones around Moon and Minmus aren't much better. Alright, where were we? Station? Alright, so let's land the tourists, let's send them back. And then we'll ship some stuff to the stations, the new station. So here's our new station core. We're just waiting on some parts, some docking, a docking arm. Alright, let's get this guy landed. Actually, what I should do, looks like we're right at the right point now. So I need to fix this inclination. How's that? Alright, did I overdo it? No, we need to go a little bit more. Trying to match up to this line. Okay, that's something I can live with. 73. And then I want to lower 57 down to 60. Now I can't sleep. Oh no. Like just kind of nervousness of it, or just soreness. But good for you getting the second shot. True inclination. Oh, that's true. Does it get inclination? Docking mode? No, it gives Apo and... Oh, advanced orbital. There we go. Inclination, there we go. 0.8. Argument of periapse. Ah, thank you. I never looked here. Alright, first thing I want to do is I just want to go ahead and drop the... Drop the periapse to 60. There we go. 60.037. Not that tired. Oh, okay. Thinking it slept. Yeah, because I use this one a lot. I always make sure to open this one up when I'm launching, because that way I can see what the apo is while staying in the on the ship. Because it's not quite as fun to watch a launch from map mode. Alright, let me see if this affects the inclination at all. We're kind of past the point, because it looked like we were right at the best point there. Point now, okay, that brings it up. Alright, let me see if bringing it the other side brings it down. Don't worry about these. These are way advanced numbers. The first one though, apoapsis, that's your high point. Periapsis, that's your low point. Those are important. So I have a lot, yeah. I'll do the end of the burn of maneuver in map mode so I can actually see the exact results. Oops, that's not what I want. I don't think we're at the right point to fix our inclination. Well, let's see if we can get it better. Nope. Got make it work. Okay, yeah, we're at a bad point. And then did I mess up? 60,000. I'm still good with that. Yeah, like I said, the only one, when the first pops up, if you push that purple button, apoapsis and periapsis, those are important, but yeah. And then while it's long, the first couple of my videos on career mode here might be worth watching, just to kind of get the idea of the stuff you have to do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, I don't even know the definition of argument of periapsis. You are in your orbit. Yeah, but it has to be to a reference to something on the it's my argument periaps 3 and we're actually pretty close to the reference point. Doesn't quite seem like it's like straight in, so the reference marker for moon. Land the plane in orbit Kerbin. That's not, hey, that's orbiting Kerbin. That's the key to the rest of the universe. But yeah, I think if you watched the first 2 parts of my videos there, and like you can put it on like 2 times speed or whatever to get through it faster. Might help you get through the next few things, because I try to explain why I'm building, when I'm building something, why I'm doing certain things and all that. Yeah, since it draws the orbits. Hey Butor, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, because there's individual tutorials, but yeah, I think my videos kind of go through the thinking of these first early missions and what you need to do. And building the rockets and why you need to do certain things. So. Plug for myself. Alright, so we're gonna do the landing. Landing is its own entire thing. And since I'm plugging things, VODs, is that right? That's a spread Google Sheet of all my VODs. And then the YouTube stuff. The second channel is the one with this series. So there's like 35 episodes of full streams. That's how long we've been going on this series, and we haven't even gotten out of the Kerbin system yet. Because I do all the contracts all at once. So it keeps giving me new contracts close in. Yeah, exactly. You just have to intersect the orbit once and then make a maneuver. Kraken's still in the DV map. Alright, so we got our pilot, we got our passenger, we got a refuel. I did not do that before. Do I have the fuel? Yes, I do. Okay. We had a problem with, I think, we had a problem with one of these landings where I forgot to refuel, and that happened. I've landed on Eve, I have not gotten back off of Eve. Fun, yeah, Gilly, it's like... Oh, oops, I accidentally jumped. Let's wait an hour to come back down. Right? I didn't know ships were so bouncy. I was expecting a full wipe on that one. Yeah, we're running low on fuel, so we will need to get the other mission up and running quickly as possible. Tin Can Pops, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Chill Team. Alright, let's go down. We just have to land, have to come back up. No, they had to postpone it. So there is going to be another update. But they did not abandon it. Oh, I didn't reset the science. That's okay, I'm not really looking for science. Yeah, I still have another goo pod if I need it. Ground anchor. That was one of the plans for the last update, was to have a plate you could anchor onto the ground that you could anchor your stations on, and that would ensure that you'd never get a Kraken strike that would bounce your space station or ground station. Now we're just gonna land pretty much immediately. No, they postponed it. That's what I was talking about. They postponed it. They couldn't quite figure it out in time for the release, and they didn't want to delay the rest of the release. Mess. There, we'll try for that little flattish area right around there. Okay, you don't need to plant a flag, and you just, man, we're not looking for science. So that was kind of where I was aiming for. Looks like it's kind of a bump. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It doesn't look too bad right there. that looks pretty high slope there. I think I'll try, since I kind of overshot that area. Go for there. That doesn't look too bad. Kind of in this little region. Are actually a little too powerful for some finer control. North Pole. Oh yeah, the North Pole. Yeah, that is totally messed up terrain. I've done that before. You can kind of get a clue. South Pole isn't. No, South Pole has a little bit of that too. Yeah, that stuff there. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. All right, we're down. So we've completed the other half. Now we just have to get them home. I think the only thing we might get here new. Yeah, that's new. Keep. This might be new. You get a couple points. And then could probably get a surface sample. Probably give me a few more points. Yeah, because it's a two-dimensional basically a bitmap. Points. We'll take it. Yeah, Kerbin. Yeah, Kerbin isn't too bad. And then Moon was an experiment with procedural generation. So they had their original map, and then they had a procedural generation thing that they used on the moon, but I think only the moon. Pretty sure this, yeah. And then we can 5 stored data? Oh no, we collected. Oh, that's right, we collected from before. Let's collect it all. Okay, remember to send that home. Oh, thank you very much, Logan. Yeah, I think doing that because the ice cap, I think is pretty smooth. Yeah, because I think I've landed there. Alright, let's take off, catch up to the station. 90 degrees is up. But yeah, but slopes like this, that's why I do the side tanks and the legs in the side tanks. For 20. Yeah, land in there. That wouldn't be too bad. Well, we did land there once. Two seconds and leaving. Yeah, right. It's like some prep time. It's like you bring the tourist and it's like, okay, we landed. Bye. Alright, so stations are targeting. Can make those. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, and just land it back. Have a parachute on it. Yeah. Sneeze. It's not quite there. Alright, 18 by 20. Work allows to catch up to the station. So now to find out where the maneuver to get to the station. So next time around? No, not quite. Somewhere around back there. Alright, why do I lose you? Okay. So. There it is. There's the rendezvous. Seven kilometers. Inclination is probably the problem with that. That's okay though. Alright, that's in 14 minutes. That's the air conditioner going through a noise filter. Yeah, the air conditioner is really loud. Overburn. Yep. I did. Just use RCS to fix it. 62. Yeah, it's supposed to be 113 a day. .5 kilometers. Nice. Yep, 113. You did not hear that wrong. Exactly 45 Celsius. Due to the heat. Mission, we're bringing the tourists back from landing on the moon. Hey Andy, welcome. Yeah, the scary thing is how much it got over 100 in the Pacific Northwest in that last heat wave. Because normally, yeah, something like Portland or Seattle, it's like maybe hit 100 once every couple of years or something. Wait, we're seeing it, yeah. Yeah, see here we get, yeah, over 110, you know, 2 or 3 days a year. Usually though in July or August. Well, it is July. Never mind. My sense of time. Yeah, there's an earthquake up near Yosemite, Central California, which is pretty rare. Central Valley usually doesn't get significant earthquakes. Yeah, that wasn't too big of a deal. Okay, we need to park around that way. Yeah. Oops. I mean to burn that way. There we go. That's the way I want to drift. .44C in Arizona, yeah. Yeah, that's not unusual in Arizona. $120 in Phoenix a couple times a year at least. Oops, too far. RCS. Slow that down. Alright. Let's get into locked camera mode. No wind. Oh wow. Yeah, here when we get the north wind instead of the sea breeze, that's when things get really bad here. That's when fire season is. Because it comes from the north, out of Oregon. When it drops into Redding, then it heats up and then just keeps going down the entire valley, heating up even more. Yeah, Texas. Yeah, and we have some shortages here in California, but not too bad. Oh, the fires, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing about Oregon, yeah, with the forests around there. That's the scary thing is, it's like, it used to be wildfires, you know, outlying areas, if you were in the country, where your house is in the middle of, you know, fields and forests, then you'd be at risk. But some of the recent fires where the fire was able to actually sweep through typical suburbia type settings with, you know, the planted trees and everything, like the Sonoma fire, Oakland Hills fire. I mean, that was more, again, those are people up in the tree line. But when you look at your typical suburbia you see anywhere in the country, and the fire can sweep through that's when you know it's bad. RCS off, then off. I think I just accidentally turned on all my running. Disable, okay. I gotta turn these off manually then. I didn't quite hit the button, turn off the reaction wheels fast enough. Yeah. Yep, Earth is rebelling. Alright, so we need to bring that science into here. Then I gotta figure out who I want to actually Alright, who do I want to keep on the moon? So now we have Rayford, Malamone, Wencott. We also have Kimden, Erdis, Lowley. So everybody has their moon landing experience. Malamone needs to go back. Well, yeah, we'll send back our old crew. Then we'll go ahead and leave this crew here. Then when we transfer over to the new station, see, the wild thought stuff is pretty scary. Alright, so Wencott's there. So let's transfer you into the shuttle. Let's transfer these two guys into the shuttle. Okay, now you guys get transferred back in the station. And then our tourist. And now our Lally is going to EVA. And you're going to transfer the science. Yeah, see, the new next generation shuttle is going to have one of these on the shuttle, so I can just click it, say, give me the science. Take the data. Store the data. And then now you are new moon base commander. Yeah, see, this was for a contract, so we needed a ton of electrical charge for the contract. So I just stacked a bunch of those on there. Board. Alright. Kerbal itinerary, so KSP crew. So I have a Google sheet I'm keeping track of all my Kerbals on. So you guys are going to fly back to Kerbin. Along with our tourist. Get you home. Alright, and then 3 hours to the next maneuver. Y'all still running? They are. Nice. Yep. Yeah, lost actually I think 5 altogether, but those are the only ones I can... the others are tourists, so they don't list. So not a perfect not a perfect run. Let's see. So yeah, now this is ready to go home. So we'll send it home. I've maneuvered for that. Bang, bang, who's that? Mamoru. Coming in with 14 months, holy cow. This long already, right? How you doing? Welcome. Bang, bang. Hype and love. There we go. Thank you very much, Mamoru. How you doing? Alright, so we need to go home. That means a maneuver somewhere around there. Somewhere around the 170 Delta V. There's 270. Must be 270. $117. All right. Yeah, that's good. We'll take it. Actually, we can improve that a little bit. There we go. Playthrough complete. Not really. Probably visiting all the planets and moons. But that'll take for considering I've done 35 full streams already and we haven't even left the Kerbin system because I'm taking all the contracts, I'm running them simultaneously. So every time we get a moon mission, that only takes like 3 Kerbin days. But then we have some Eve contracts waiting that are going to be like over a year away. So we keep getting these short contracts until all the contracts end up being long contracts where I have to time warp a lot. That's why I'm just accumulating all these short missions, smaller missions. Alright, turn the reaction wheels on. Yes. So it's kind of a weird playthrough in that way. Because a lot of people they'll take one contract, complete it, then another contract, complete it. So they actually progress in the Kerbal time much more than me. I've only been playing 220 days. The Kerbal year is 400 days. New Wormworld DLC. I haven't looked at the details of it yet. Or the update. The royalty one really didn't super appeal to me. Tight for money because of hard mode? No. No, we've been fine on money. Yeah, this is standard hard mode settings. There's a little bit of tightness around the early moon contracts. But once you get past that, there's usually plenty of money for everything. And I don't use the that one building that allows you to trade science for money or money for science or whatever. Just don't use that. Wasn't paying attention to this because I was trying to do this. Normal career mode. Yeah, normal career is perfectly fine. You gotta learn 50 that I overburned. It's not a big deal. Bring that back out to 100, just under 120. It's at the station. There we go. All right, and then here's a trick. If you're trying to get, well, normally I can just click on the planet, but it's not as easy. There we go. But if you're having trouble, you can always zoom out, click on the Kerbin line, focus view. Yeah, career is a pretty good thing. It's like, it gives you enough different things to do. Are we trying to go to, okay, we're trying to get to the new station now. So we're set that as target. So this gets more interesting now. Just trying to get the rendezvous with the station and inclination. So I think this is the first time I've tried this. So let's go ahead and add the maneuver. Okay, we are pretty close. Rendezvous there. Might actually be able to make that work. Because we'll come here and we'll start adjusting it from out here. Subnautica soundtrack. Yeah, hey Morbius, welcome. Yeah, exactly. Having goals forces you to build different types of craft. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. A little more variety. Easter egg missions? No, I don't know if there is. I haven't gotten any Easter egg missions. But I have been playing this version for only a couple streams, so. Alright, and then... alarm clock to maneuver. Yep, there we go. Okay, and all the other alarm clocks are running. Three hours to that one. Alright, 1 day. 55 minutes to that. Oh, the Easter egg missions? Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Alright, so you're on your way. So we're good there. Alright, so now... what I need to do is send the new... actually, while we're here... Moon Station 3 or 2. Let's try to get the orbit I want. Exploring stock left, yeah, more and different missions. I think that's one that would tempt me for mods. And alright, so we look at the... some inclination. Alright, so this bring it up or down? It brings it up. I wish it would show you where on the orbit. You would be. That'd be helpful. Okay, I can't make it smaller. So apparently we're at the as far away from the point where we can fix the inclination as possible. So looks like the Apo might be a good place to try to fix it. Then we'll go to Periapps, drop our apoapps to the 60 marker. Okay, that's the wrong way. So far all our adjustments, we've made the inclination worse. Tithing curve. No, because... I don't think you get ascending and descending when you're targeting something out of the sphere of influence. We can try that. We are fixing it though. 5, what's really slow. Back up to 0.6, okay. So really close, but it's an interesting puzzle to figure out. Let's bring it back to 0.5 to figure out this whole thing of how to get a perfect orbit. Let me try that real fast. So if we zoom out, it says target. Yeah, because we don't have any orbit in the yeah, it doesn't help. Unselect target. Didn't even allow me to do it. No target. Okay. Didn't do anything. Claus Wayne with a sub. Holy cow. Prime Gaming. Thank you very much. Bang bang. How are you doing? And Hype and Love. Thank you so much, Claus. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Alright, so we're trying to fix the inclination here just a little bit. There you are. Hello. Doing fine. Excellent. No, you can't target Moon. You can't target the world in your own sphere of influence. Says target. No target. Alright, so let's go to the Periapps. Let's drop the Apo, and that'll be 0.5 inclination. I'll take that. I will take that. Been guessing right. That's the thing, like I said, the argument of a Periapps does give you a sense of where the 0-point reference is. Ejection. Bias trajectory around. Okay, gives a tooltip for that. Is not giving the ascending node. Longitude of ascending node, okay. Argument of Periapps is... I need retrograde. It's not rocket science. They're all, yeah, all for missions that are now abandoned. I essentially use them as my satellite network. I didn't put up a purpose-built satellite network. I just figured between all these satellites around, we have a line of sight of at least one, no matter what. Alright, 6200 by 6400. You don't want to get too close, otherwise they start wiggling. Our inclination is back up to 0.6. Longitude of ascending node, 195. So that kind of presumes that... Well, Moon doesn't rotate, so it's pretty constant, so that... Well, it does rotate, but not relative to its orbit line. That kind of presumes that this is 180. You're loud. Alright, Liver, thank you so much for stopping by. Good seeing you again. Have an awesome one. Oh, I love those emotes. Sacriel. Awesome. Thank you very much. Alright, so that will be our new station. So let's send. So we got an hour before the next maneuver node. Alright, let's point this at this north. Ejection. Angle between the craft and that body's trajectory around its planet. That's 60. Okay, so that makes sense. Argument of periapsis. Hey Zeet, welcome. How you doing? Longitude of the sending node. So longitude is around 87.6. Having a probe at perfect 90 degrees. Yeah, you can use that as reference. But of course, you need to know all this to get the probe at 90 degrees. Well, you at least know the ascending node. That's true. Yeah, you wouldn't have to guess the ascending and descending nodes. Stuck on the moon. I think the rescue mission did the job. Rescue mission. Yep, that's usually the way it goes. Alright, but now we need to bring out... We need a docking arm and we need a crew extension, which will be another science lab and a habitat. And then docking arm on that, fuel extension on the bottom. Yeah, from Kerbin orbit you target the moon, then you can get a perfect. You can find the ascending and descending nodes. So I think I did that with my previous station. And then my new station is matched inclination with Minmus to make it easier to get the Minmus and back. Alright, so we're going to launch a docking arm at this guy. And then we'll launch Habitat extension. Oh yeah, we're gonna decline that one. Expand the moon station around the moon. Oh no, I'm trying to get rid of this one. Currently supports 36. Okay, so we need to add 5 Kerbals to it. Antenna, docking port, and generate power. Okay, so I just need to dock a shuttle to it. Is really all I need to do. Yeah, we're already at 36 because I have my obsolete landers still docked to it. They each hold 5 Kerbals. So I just need to dock with the large shuttle to it, then we get this contract complete. There's no other special. Yeah. So that will happen whenever we send the shuttle for the Kerbals. Alright, so Class A asteroid. That is on its way. We just picked that one up. They're on their way. They're on their way home. That's a long-term mission. Much later, that's long-term mission. That's on its way. That's long-term. Long-term, 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 long-term. Alright. So yeah, now it's just stuff I need to do. So I need to send stuff at the station. I need to use the restroom and take a little stretch break. Detecting comets, yep. I need to get it to the right orbit though, I think on that one. One doesn't need the particular orbit, one does need a particular orbit. No, I think comets is just stay in space. The one for the asteroids has to be a particular orbit around the sun. Alright, so I'm going to give you guys a view while I take a break. Kerbin Station. Wow, 3 hours and 43 minutes of streaming already. Doesn't feel like we've done that much stuff. But we'll get a couple of good launches here. Add stuff for the Kerbin state or the moon station. Come on, load up. I need to go. Need to go. All right, there we go. There's our current Kerbin station. And BRB. Bloop, bloop, bam, bloop. Alright, I'm back everybody. Thank you so much for waiting. Noswolf, awesome beat. Do they just have the big old dance song in Subnautica? Admiral Ackmer, hello, welcome. And thank you, Wild Kane. Thank you guys. Alright, like the station there. Yes, we're gonna send stuff to the moon station. That's that button. Had a snack and now my voice is rough again. Alright, so we need the docking arm. So you'll guys get to see a very interesting style of launch here. Some peanut M&Ms and some potato chips. The unfortunate potato chip dried out my mouth. So I'll have to make sure I rehydrate. Oh yeah, that's very true. Alright, so yeah, we're just gonna launch the docking arm. And the station extension. Alright, Station 4. So that's one of the things we want. This is the easy one to launch, relatively speaking. So we'll send this one to the moon. So this is Moon Station Habitat Module 243. Launch 243. Moon Station Hab Module 1. Save it. Is there any... No, there's no naming convention stuff there. Probe cores on the side there. Antenna there. Alright, then no Kerbals on board, please. Get out. Okay, they're out. No, it's going to attach to something that already has all that stuff. It's attaching to the moon station. So the probe core, I want to get rid of the probe core. And then plus the probe core can be used to send the deorbit this part. That way I can hook something else to the docking port. Alright, launch it. Man, the loading times between screens now. Alright, that's a yes. Doesn't matter when we launch. Fashion lighting is on. Where's that red coming from? Oh, there we go. That's light bars. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. It all goes to the right ear there. Oh yeah, I didn't put wings on it. Not as bad as some of my other crafts. Just trying to get away. A fight. It's mostly going up. Go up to 85. Alright, this thing has way more delta V than it needs. I still need to get to orbit, then I'll get another, use up another 600,
Plebs are needed.
800 to get to the moon. Floody, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. My brick flies better. Wait till you see the next launch. Hey TJ, welcome. Wait till you see the next launch. Maybe didn't need 4 boosts. That's very true. It's only fuel. Yeah, that's true. I can, yeah, I think I'll dock. I don't have a way of getting rid of this though. I can get rid of this bit. Well, unless I just keep transferring fuel. Yeah, we could just keep this whole bit, and then I should be able to make it all the way to the moon station with this fuel. Then we can use up this fuel. Then when it gets down to a certain point, we'll just undock this whole thing and discard it. Hey CFT, welcome. Orbit's doing pretty well. We've got a few of them. We have all the orbits. That's what to do. Alright, 83 by 86. That will work. Alright, now to get to the moon. And all our alarm clocks still running? That one stopped. See if we can reset those. Are you still spinning like that? No, it doesn't matter. Alright, so moon there. We need to burn here. $70K. That should work for now.
Plebs are needed.
Plebs are needed. Who's that? Rachel Milstrom. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. Day 3 high enough? Yeah. I think I'm going too late. Or am I going too early? Yeah, that's better. Before I was going like too high above the moon, I've taken longer. 1 day, 3 hours. Hey, welcome. Yeah, this is a lot of stuff. We've completed, I think, 250 different contracts. So a lot of those were contract satellites. This is a non-contract flight to add to a space station for actual practical reasons. Oh, okay. That could be. Yeah, it could be a modded version. Are we smacking into the moon now? We are. We overburned. Alright, swing this puppy around. So our target is Moon Station 2. Aren't going to get there by slamming into the moon, though. Although I could, if I wanted to separate, this would be the time to do it. 614 units. This would be the time to do it. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it now. Makes everything else a little bit easier. There we go, that'll be good. A good starting point. Docking port light, you like those? In this case, what they are... Red Panda, welcome guys. These are the new light bars, just turned upwards. So it kind of lights up the docking port. Welcome guys, how you doing? Red, hello. Guys, check out Red. He's pretty chill himself. So it'll do. Oh yeah, yep. Turn those off, TJ. Yeah, it's a good idea. Red, thank you so much. How are you doing? We're sending a module to the our moon station. So that's what this is all about. Alright, get that ready for the long trip. What I do need to do is set maneuver node. I'm not even gonna do anything, I just need to set it for the alarm clock. So I'm gonna turn on the alarm clock there. Alright, so one of these is stopped. You're running. You're running, you're running. You guys are running. Alright, so we know how to fix that. So go back to the spacer. Oh, I think I know how to fix it. Loading time. Need to do a spoof song of closing time, but loading time. That's Alright, so we go down to the bottom here. So all we have to do is push the button. Anything that has a maneuver node. And that seems to reset the alarm clock at the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fortunately, I can't do that with the asteroids because they're not. Since we haven't linked to them, they aren't part of the thing, but that should fix all this. So now I want to launch the docking arm. And we'll see if this actually fixes the alarm clocks again. Just over 2 million Kerbucks. Okay, they all look like they're running. At least all the maneuvers are running. SY changes, they're still running. Okay, so we have 1 hour, 5 hours, 7 hours. And then that is Kerbin shuttle. Alright, so doing the satellite repair is the next thing there. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and launch a docking arm. Get that going towards the moon. Now this launch is a little more interesting. The docking arm is probably the least aerodynamic item I launched into space at the moment. So this would be 244. There it is. So this is 244 Moon Station Docking Arm 1. Yeah, single stack. Kind of surprised me a little bit, but I guess it works. Skipper and some vectors. Save it. There shouldn't be any Kerbals involved. No. Missing some lights. Oh no, there's the light for these guys. There we go. So I can dock eight craft to it, or actually 8 small and 3 medium docking ports. Yeah, and those kind of, yeah. No, that's true. You can always do that. But yeah, we're already now we got our system down. Save it. Go ahead and launch it. Loading. Alright, SAS. Fashion lighting on. Oh wow, there's lights on the end of the docking ports too. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Here's go straight up for quite a long time and then stay below 300. It's loud. the audio settings and difficulty, video and graphics, gameplay. Nope, body. Fault manual arm, maneuver map. Sound repeats. Yeah. They're right on top. Oh, wait, it was right there. Wow. I think I saw that is what I saw. Spacecraft. See, Kerbal's always been a really loud game. It's always... I'm already at 11%, and that's how loud it is. Still pretty loud. 4%? Apply, accept. Yeah, I know rockets are loud in real life. But that seems to have no effect whatsoever. Yeah. Yeah, the new sounds, I like the new sounds, but they're really loud. And also there's some weird stereo effects going on. It's like, why is that in the right ear? Ambient? I could try master as well. Alright, we need to throttle down. We need to get up to 15,000 before we even start turning. Yeah, see, they finally fixed the map mode audio stereo, but I think in fixing that they introduced an issue with the flight mode stereo field. Alright, 25,000, we don't have to worry anymore. So punch it. Apo's already 43. We just need velocity. It used to be in map mode, it would be in your left ear unless you rotated it that way. So they fixed that, but now, like I said, ear goes right ear. And orientation has nothing to do with it. Yeah, even that has nothing to do with it. It thinks it's a plane. It thinks it has wings. No sound in space anyway, right? haven't caught up with the Rappo yet. Do 85 again. Alright, excellent. Already have a periapse. And there's the other craft going at the moon. Canadarm. Yeah, that's true. We can't actually make those now. I haven't done anything with the robotics yet. We'll use that to go to the moon. See how it works. Oh, like I barely have a signal. Although we should pick up a ground station here pretty soon. Do I even have an antenna on this? Okay, that's an oversight. It's just a probe antenna. Which doesn't matter when we get there. We get a relay. Yeah, and then I don't know if they fix it with this update, but yeah, it's like robotics drift out of alignment over time. Corkscrew to space, yep. Alright, so if we want to go to the moon, position current orbit, moon. Current orbit. Create. That's way too early. It should be burning when you see moon over the horizon. Node in 5 days. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, because of the okay. I see what it's doing there. Yeah, see that. You could definitely use more work. Come on, no, I don't want that. I want you to open up again. I can't click on the screen without selecting something else. Alright, let's get back to Kerbin centric here. I just want to open that up. So about there. Wow, that's... Okay, let's do it there. Otherwise we're... They complete... Actually... Leaving sooner than the craft we already sent. That's what I want. Well, that's what I want. Hey, iWatch, welcome. Yep, that's quite a few. Alright, we'll take that and then we'll adjust it as we burn. "48 minutes till the next maneuver node for another craft." Alright, warp to the node. And there's the moon over the horizon. Extremely iterative, yeah. Oh, that makes sense too. Moon's in there, so there's the moon. That's your corkscrew in the shim. Pop. Alright, there's the first stage. I actually picked the best one, exactly. Yeah, then you pick something you find acceptable. Go do this other thing, and then there we go. Cut it a little bit short. Alright, station 2 is the target. Alright, one just inside. That'll work. And then we'll have a maneuver here. Can I get it around one more time? Ah, not quite. And 8 kilometers, mostly for inclination. I think we're good. I'm leaving it there. Alright. Now for the solar panels, I need to point it at galactic north. So all I have for solar panels is around the. If I left it pointed at the moon, we wouldn't get any charge. All right, excellent. Oh yeah, what I need to do is add that to the alarm clock. And are they all still running? That one stopped. Why is it down there? Yeah, for the new alarm clock. When is this one even? I can't read what it says. One day, 3 hours. Was that the one? Oh, I think that was the one I made with the oh yeah, that's the one that I made with the maneuver thing. That's what that was. So my current one is 1 day, 3 hours, 11 minutes. Okay, those 5 are running. Okay, those started up again. Okay, so they're all running right now. Yeah, the fix for if the alarm clock stops, what you have to do is you have to go into the tracking station, click all the blinking maneuver craft, and then it'll reset the clocks. And how you doing, Towerful? Didn't say hello. Hello. Alright, so we got those going. Let's go to... switch to that craft. This also didn't go to the right craft last time I tried it. Hello. See, it works this time. So this should be the shuttle going to the Minmus satellite. Yep, it is. So you should be trying, yeah, you're trying to rendezvous with this guy. So I'm not even really looking to do a maneuver. I just want to go there and then start doing the target marker stuff. Alright, let's go. But I don't think we're going to complete the contract because we can't get the engineer on board. Hey T-Man, welcome. Alright, so we're gonna delete and close, alright. Alright, so we're just gonna do target mode adjustments here. Pushing yellow to the pink. And trying to match orbit. .5 kilometers. KSP's doing really well. I've had this save now going a little over a year, actually. I'm still not out of the Kerbin system, really. It's the way I do every contract given to me. Run them all at once. Alright, 0.1 kilometers. Alright. Satellite inclination's at 170. Oh no. At least you noticed it. That's what's the worst, is trying to match like a 180 inclination orbit and then realize, wait, it's backwards. Why doesn't it work? This thing is so tiny. Yeah, and I turn my orbit lines backwards because I like having the brighter part be in front of me. I think that's what I do, right? Yeah, it's brighter in front of me instead of the other way around. Just makes more sense to my my brain. Fuel cell in the game, fueling satellites. Oh wow. Yeah, we're fueling the satellites. Holy cow. Alright, so here's our engineer, Quentin. EVA. Activate the hatch. Oh, that's right, because I don't have a way to get out. Alright, so you have to BVA first. Yeah, because the hatches are covered on this. Alright, so we'll just let you go, RCS. And we'll get you later. So we have to fix that antenna. Next up, we have to transfer Gwenton up there. Gwenton. Alright, so don't need your parachute, get the repair pack. Pretty sure that's what that is. And then EVA. Made the rule for all your craft. Now you work for Northern Grumman, making real sats. Nice. Congratulations and welcome. Yeah, so many people. Have you seen the new Kerbal video about 10 years and all the people inspired by it? Alright, so we can repair that. So we've done that. So did we get the contract complete? Okay, good. Okay, so they fixed that. Because before is like, because I said have an engineer on the craft. And last time, or the first time I repaired a satellite, it's like, nope, there's no engineer. So we had to go grab a grabby arm craft and then attach to the satellite to complete the contract. Alright, let's get you guys back on board. Are we about to collide? Let's get you back on board. And get the other Kerbal back on. Clonk incoming, yep. Scrape. Fixed. Alright, transfer you back down. Got the Eve music going on. Perfect space flight music there. Make a Canada, yeah, I could do that. For the repair before that, I had a temporary grabby arm on the docking port, so I could attach it to the front, so I could grab onto the satellite. But yeah, I'm glad they fixed that contract. Because I didn't do that this time, and I probably will have to come back. Grab didn't take. There we go. This was fixing the satellite. So we had to take a repair pack and repair the satellite. P-Call, hello, welcome. Alright, so do I need to go home or do I need to go to the station? Alright, who do I have here? Plant the flag on the moon, Madwin. I guess we'll find out. Minmus station. Yeah, you guys are going home. And when you get there, you'll all be maxed XP for what I've done so far. Alright, so now you guys will be flying the Kerbin. That'll be interesting. Yeah, at the very least what I need to do is reset my inclination. I have enough fuel. Yeah, 1700, it'll take... Takes like 200 and something. Then we need 900 to make the rendezvous. So we have enough fuel. What I need to do is, though, is make this circular again. So let me set the station, switch to, no, it says target. And then set a maneuver node there. One day, 5 hours. Fix an antenna for satellite, yeah. Well, they were transferring back home anyway, so we took the engineer up. So an engineer and a pilot technically is what you need. Alright, so we'll do this. Level out the orbit, then we can head back to Kerbin. Put that in the alarm clock. Okay, that one stopped. Not too big of a deal. So that one stopped. That is... the other shuttle? I thought this was Kerbin Shuttle 3. Oh no, I didn't hit edit. There we go. Can't just click, you have to edit as well. There we go. Moon Station docking arm. No, this is a contract. I can't replace it. Send a replacement. Oh, for the way the way TJ was doing it. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, you don't get any reward for replacing it. You have to repair it. You have to repair it. Alright, but yeah, that one stopped. Next one's in 4 hours. So now I need to send fuel to the new moon station. So we'll go do that. Rather generous, yeah. But yeah, we did complete that contract. So we got how much? 109,000, yeah. Yeah, putting the satellite there is usually 30,000. And I can dump that one as well. Alright, let's go see what the new contract we got is. Alright, Klaus, good night. Have a good one. Yeah, and this is hard career, so we're only getting 60% of the pay per contract. And costs are 40% higher or something. But it's not too bad. So we're going to pick up a new contract, and then we're going to launch the refueler to the moon. Ferry 4 tourists safely to their destination. Alright, where do you guys want to go? Fly by the moon. It's the biggest one there. Land on Minmus. Land on Minmus. Fly by Minmus. Okay, so you three want to go to Minmus and you want to go to the moon. Alright. Ray tracing, yeah, that'd be really cool. Alright, Kerbal itinerary. Alright, so flying. So technically flying to Kerbin. To start off with, so we have Henry. Oops. Henry, a tourist. So I'm updating my Kerbal itinerary here. KSP crew. Henry wants to go. Well, I'm gonna ignore the orbit around Kerbin. Well, I guess we should have it all. Suborbital. So that's why. Orbit Kerbin, fly by moon. Okay, so you're the least needy of the bunch. Alzi, tourist, wants to fly by Minmus, land on Minmus. So you're kind of needy. Next up we have Shantop. Wants to orbit Kerbin and land on Minmus. And finally Tedric. Wants to orbit Kerbin, fly by Minmus. Alright, excellent. Are we going to use the new station? I think we will. Yeah, because we got to go to Minmus, so we definitely want to use that. And that, and... Alright, that. Off to bed as well. Floody, thank you so much for stopping by, hanging out. And good luck, thank you very much. Have a good sleep. Alright, so you guys are all set, so we'll accept that contract. Let's get them up to the station. Yeah, we already have crew there. Do we want to take a pilot with us? Yeah, let's do it. Let's take a pilot to go to Minmus with them. So who do we want to pick? We want to pick Megdorf. No, I'll actually pick Mobart, because then that'll max out more Mobart. Max, because the last thing they need to do is land on Minmus and plant a flag. Alright, so we have our standard shuttle. Orbit Shuttle 31. 245. Kerbin Orbit Shuttle 31. And then for some reason your name is tied to the save. Okay, that's fine. Copy that. And so all you guys are on the same page. No, that's actually what I should do. I should remove the naming. On those two parts, and only have the naming with the tied to the shuttle. Alright, so save that. Or to the probe core. Alright, so pilot wise, we want Mobart. Then we want our 4 tourists. Doot, 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 doot. Save it again. And let's launch it. That's right, I need to activate those other launch sites. Just for the heck of it. I think all you need to do is get close to them and then they activate. So I may try to land next landing near one of these. Alright, SAS. Open that up. Alright, big thing we need to do is line up with the station. Station 3. So that's our target. About the worst point to launch. No, actually not. Actually not, because we'll meet it over there. So we just want to go straight. But we do need to get the station about to there. So right about there. Using this peninsula as kind of the guide. There we go. There, here we go. Actually, before we do this, let me try one more thing on the settings here. So, audio. Let's bring down that 40. Let's go ahead and bring that back up to 10. Let's see if this makes any difference whatsoever. Alright, here we go. Fashion lighting on. 3, 2, 1, lift off. There we go. That's much better. Bit of heat. A lot of heat. Alright, a little bit higher than the 125,000 of the station. So we'll drift over top of it. Achieve orbit and then try for a rendezvous somewhere back that way. This thing does not want to maneuver. I'm more interested in just a regular orbit at the moment. Not sure how that tilt happened. We're behind. Yeah, so we do need to speed up here. Oops. Alright, so let's do actual target stuff now. So there's where we want to burn. To most efficiently bring those together. Okay, about 2 kilometers. Pushing yellow to pink. Seven, 6, 5, 4. You're about to get into physics range. Alright, there's our docking arm. Alright, so these we want to stick on the end. Too hard to burn. It's okay. Alright, let's get ready for final maneuvers here. Alright, so we want to go over there. So that's the vector we want to be on. Can burn monoprop like crazy because we have lots of extra. Alright, we'll go for that one. Yeah, the shuttles are fatter, so I need to have them top and bottom. These are thin enough where I can park these side by side. Alright, RCS on again. And docked. Noise. Alright, now we need a shuttle there before we can do anything with them. But what I can do is... You're already set? Yeah, you're already set. Let's transfer some fuel. So we'll save as much of this fuel as we can by moving it over to here. And then we'll take... because to deorbit we only need a very little. And an Oscar B is plenty for that. Yeah, that's right. It's the right proportions. I fired the engine while at the station accidentally last time. Alright, and now I'm going to keep that. Now we want to give it fuel from here. Are you going to get stuck again? That fuel tank bug is back. Okay, there it's working. Clubbing beyond the Kerbin line. Hey, yep. Now you can do flashing lights too, so we could totally get disco. That would be pretty crazy. Alright, there we go. Now we're set. Oh. One last thing to do is refuel this. No, we already did that. Okay. Now we just need a shuttle there. We actually need 2 shuttles because one guy has to go to the moon. 3 need to go to Minmus with the pilot. So we need a 7-person shuttle for that, and a 3-person shuttle for the moon mission. Alright, so you 5 are now at Kerbin Station 2. So X. So one above. And Ludley, Gwenger, Dudlin, and Lintop are there. So there you go. Yeah, I totally sent the wrong guys to the moon. Alright, that. The RCO plus the right. Yeah, that'd be kind of interesting to set that up. How would you set that up? I don't think there is really any kind of scripting to kind of do that. That'd be kind of cool. Alright, so now let me take a look at the other station. So for this, what I need to do, so I need to get rid of this. It still has some useful fuel. Well, next time we land a shuttle, we should be able to get rid of that and then move this down. That's the goal. Although what this should have been, it should have been a docking port on the bottom of this. I think that's the new design. So now I need to send this fuel behemoth to the moon. So let's do that next. So that should just be yeah, those are all the tourist missions. Alright, yeah, let me take a look at the other station real fast. Let me find out what shuttles I have here. Could transfer one. Oh yeah, we have 2 of our big shuttles here. Yeah, let's go ahead and transfer that. That's what I should have done. These should be refueled already. Yeah. Yeah, let's transfer one of these to the new station. Crew-wise, well, I think we'll just send our crew send our crew down once we have all the ships transferred over. And then we'll deorbit the station. Then I need one of you guys as well. Why do you have... Just fix that small itty bit. Alright, we'll send this one. Which one? Kerbin Station. All you guys need to go to Minmus. Lendus, where's Lendus? You here? Yes. Oh yeah, I still need to reset the science on the moon lander. Yeah, we'll just send any of the crew. If we send Valentina, she can do the landing too. Alright, so Valentina will drive the shuttle. Deorbit the station, yeah, we're gonna deorbit this station. But that does not include all the the ships attached to it. Because I have a new, better station, and I gotta start thinking about lowering the part count a little bit. Alright, so where's Valentina? Looks like you're already in a craft somewhere. Oh, are you already? I think you're already there. Who the heck is in here? Cristiano and Lendus. No, you guys can get back in the other part of the station. That sounds safe. Yeah. All right. Transfer. Transfer. Okay, now Valentina's gonna go rendezvous with the other station. SAS, RCS, reaction wheels. Back up. Yeah, see, now this part is too soft as far as noises go. That's okay. Alright, so our goal is to rendezvous. So what we need to do is just extend out our orbit. So that's our target. That's not our target. That's not our target. That's our target. Alright, so I want to point at prograde. And we're just going to extend the orbit and see what happens. Do I want to do it at the... I want to do it at the ascending node. That's true. Do I want to match inclinations as well? Yeah, you want to do 2 burns at the same time. Is the best way to do it. That way now when I extend the orbit, we get the purple markers coming together right there. $312. Do we need to go that far? Yes. Okay. It's actually a pretty big burn. We have the fuel. We're spending fuel to save time. Inclination, we can fix a little bit more. Like that. 5 kilometers, we can take that on the first pass. $25 minutes. 3 hours to the next alarm clock. Come on, get over there. Oh, that's because I still have it on. So why is it fighting me? Still on prograde. Hey, no, welcome. Fortunately, we only know English here. Turn off the lights. I like the lights. I like all this stuff. The garbage is off. And everything else. I like the chaos. Alright, let's go. Yeah. The debris is turned off already. Those are the active vehicles. Let's cut that short. .3, that's not too bad. Wee. SCS. Hey Zalasaur, hello, welcome. Going fast, going too fast. Alright, turn it around. Alright, we need to go over here. We'll dock opposite that one. RCS. Alright, let's go the way we're heading. It is on. Auto stabilization. It's on. So right there. So, alright, we need to get into locked camera mode. get oriented here. Alright, so we want to go above. So we go that way. Target this docking port. Alright, which way do I want to point? Shaking so much? Yeah, you have to turn off. You have to turn off reaction wheels. Do I have one turned on anywhere? There. Yeah, see that one's turned off. So like this one is running. But when I dock, I'll turn it off to disabled. I want to point that way. RCS. All right, so now turn that off. There. And now I'll keep it from shaking. But you can leave on, so that one is on. But this one is off. So pods and reaction, those we can leave on. So that one's on and that one's on. But any regular reaction wheels have to be turned off. Alright, so everybody's here now. So Valentina wants to go. And then we need to send... Alright, so now Valentina is going to go to Minmus. So copy, or fix that. Flying to Minmus. And then we're going to take Mobart. And then we're going to take 3 tourists, Alzi, Shantop, Tedric. and they'll all be able to get some nice XP. Kima wants to land. Should send them back as soon as possible. Alright, so that means everyone here. Oh, not necessarily everybody. Nah, so Alzi, Sean Top, and Tedrick. So those are okay. I think it was the right ones. Tedrick. Alright, so in there we have Tedrick and Sean Top and Alzi. Okay. And then Mobart. Can I click it? Yes, I can. To there. And then Henry, transfer. Into the station. Nobody there. Nobody there. Alright, good. Alright, so they're ready to go to Minmus. We do need to refuel. So I want these to burn last. This to burn the middle, and this to burn first. So see, we minimize refueling. I don't think it'll matter too much. But we do need to refuel.
Plebs are needed.
Plebs are needed. Pira Javelka, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. Alright, let's empty this one out first. Alright, excellent. Use it all up, yay! And then the rest can come from there. Good. Alright, so now the shuttle's refilled. Now we're going to get rid of this section. Deorbit that. I shouldn't need much. 45. $18. It's almost too much. Yeah, we'll do it though, just to make sure. Alright, so we can get rid of you. I need to point that way. And with this probe core, so SAS off. Is reaction wheel on? Does it have a reaction wheel? No, it doesn't have a reaction wheel. Alright. I gotta think about that. Alright, am I gonna hit the station? Doesn't look like it. I drift just a smidge more. So, activate the engine. SAS. I'll have RCS. Alright. Now we'll go away in the orbit. Excellent. Alright, don't have to worry about that anymore. Now what I can do though is I can move this down to here. Does this have a probe core? Yes, it has two of them. Okay. No, it does have a reaction wheel. Okay, good. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna move this down to here. And that way we can put the other docking arms there. So undock. Switch. SAS on. Reaction wheel on. RCS on. Lock the camera mode. Alright. So here's our target. Then we need these ports pointing this way. Hey Ardbug, hello, welcome.
Plebs are needed.
Plebs are needed. Alte1010, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. Hello. Docking with the station, yep. Yeah, I moved it from this docking port. We're gonna attach it to the bottom so we can put another docking arm off of that one. Nope, a little bit of an angle. Keys. Oh yeah, turn this off. Oh, there we go. So now when this gets empty, the refueling trucks can park there and there. Pretty darn well aligned too. And then docking angle. Degrees, looks good. Alright, so now that is set, and then there's one more thing I want to do. Because we accidentally toggled our engines for just a moment. So a lot of these fuel tanks just have a smidge taken out of them. Get you. There we go. So I have all these other tanks here, so I have different sizes so that I can partially fill tanks of other ships, but still have the ratios correct. So that's the goal of that. Do we need to refill? Let's go and do it. While we're refilling things, let's refill the monoprop. Alright, excellent. Alright, so now all the administrative work is done here. So we're gonna bring up, actually not just another docking arm, we're gonna bring up an extension that has one of these plus one of these for extra living quarters. And then we'll put a docking arm on the end of that. And then we'll have our full station. Looking good. Alright, you guys need to go to Minmus. Hey Martin, welcome. Just kind of, this is a personal mission of building this new station. We have another station around Kerbin, but I added this station with parts I've unlocked to be a little more capable. And now we need to go to Minmus. And the cool thing about this station is that's in Minmus inclined orbit. So it makes it easy to actually get to Minmus. So now we need to go to Minmus. Already have a shuttle almost there. It's approximately there on the maneuver. Look at that, almost coming in perfect there. So very little adjustments have to be made. Maneuver that. Way too much. Alright, we'll take that. Alright, 12 minutes to the maneuver. Three and a half minute burn, so that'd be minute 45 on the clock. The next maneuver is an hour and a half. Is that Minmus? Should be somewhere out in that direction right now. Alright, let me cut it short. Alright, I don't think I can do much better than that. RCS probably... yeah, in the small RCS poof. Although we can turn on... caps lock. There we go. Alright, so that's the station, that's the new station. Not sure which one I want to go to. Let's go there. I don't think this one's fully ready yet. I think we still need fuel there. So I think I need to send fuel to both of these. Now before we do that, let's set up a maneuver. Let's assume the old station for now. Oops, that is not the old station. Alright, somewhere around there. RCS off, caps lock off. Alright, where's that show? Display staging. Oh, you can turn that off. I never knew that. Docking mode. Ah, there we go. That's okay. So we're caps lock off. Point this way for the solar panels. And we are good to go. 10 days to get the Minmus. That's not too bad. Oh yeah, I need to put it on the alarm clock. Alright. Okay, you're still working. You broke. Looks like you broke. You're running and you're running. Alright, so what's our first one here? Kerbin Shuttle 1. One and a half hours. Which one is this one? Can't remember which mission this is. I think this is bringing people back from Moon. I think it is. Yes, this is bringing back people from Moon. Okay, so we are on our way in. Okay, so that's good. All right, anything else I want to do? So to get the second Minmus station running, I need to send fuel. Do you want to do that later? That's the other. That's the docking arm. Not the docking arm, the extension. And getting the extension into orbit will fulfill a contract. Oh yeah, this has nothing. So I need to send a docking arm and a fuel truck. Oop, Kerbin playing peekaboo behind the moon there. There's the other moon. Minmus, Kerbin, moon. Yeah, so I need to... Yeah, I need to send everything for this thing. So that's our shuttle with a tourist. That's our station. That's what we just launched. So I need to send 3 things at it, but we will get our tourist home. I should probably take a stretch break first though. So I'll go ahead and leave you guys with a view of the news station here. And then I will be back in just a couple minutes. So, BRB. Bloop, bloop, and la boop. Alright, I'm back. Thank you guys for waiting. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A little stretch in there, grab a snack. I should have grabbed another water bottle. Hey Ravenlord, welcome. Alright, so we need to bring back the Kerbal from the moon. So that is this guy. Oh, there's a kitty. Kitty came in with me as well. Should probably one out soon though. She doesn't like that closed door. Or she wants me to play with the laser with her. Hello, Volga. Hello, welcome to Sortes. Welcome. Always hydrated. Yeah. It's like I usually go through at least one. That's a 1.25 liter bottle per stream. Probably about long streams. Probably about 1.5 of those. All right, so we're coming in hot. 1 minute, 1 hour, 5 minutes. Nothing else really close. The one that stopped is over a day away. So we'll get this done, then we'll reset the clocks. You know, nah, she wants out. Let me let her out first. Let's say hello first. Let's say hello first. There she is. Doesn't want to be held. There you are. Where's the kitty? Where's the kitty? But she wants to go. She wants to go. She wants to go. Alright, she's out. Alright, so we're going to warp up to this maneuver. Rendezvous with the station. Are we doing the new station or the old station? New station. Cool. Alright, let's go. Doesn't want to go to space. Cats in space. That's moon base. I should play another round of that because he's done a lot of updates to it. Updates to the game. Alright, delete and close. Alright, it's about 40 seconds is where we need to be, or start burning. No, what's this one? Just flyby Minmus complete. Oh, so they must be in the Minmus SOI now. Actually, I should give pilots one kind of uniform, scientists another kind. Now that I think about it, that makes sense. Alright, 40 kilometers, but it's mostly inclination. So let's go to about here. Alright, we got 40 minutes to the other maneuver. Pretty sure that's the shuttle out by Minmus. Alright, so we got a huge difference here. So let's do a little bit of target burning here. Okay. So I'm just watching that separation go down. Alright, if we actually go there, as we burn we can actually fix inclination as well. The number is getting smaller. So just keep burning until it stops getting smaller is usually the way to do this. Okay, it's slowed down. Alright. Nice little deal. You go about halfway to the next section. I'll do a little bit more burning. Alright, now we need to get over here. Nope, it's going up again. Nope, completely lost it now. much even with it, so... Again, as long as that number is getting smaller. Means we're doing the right thing. .7 kilometers. Let's go about halfway there. Yeah, it definitely uses a lot more fuel in some circumstances than coming back to an equatorial station. .7. Let's go ahead and get in the physics range. What's that to represent? Alright, so we want to be up on top there. So we'll dock above this station again. Do we have science? Yes, we have a lot of science. 8 science. Yeah, we're down
Plebs are needed.
400 Delta V this time. Bommy XP, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Chill team. How you doing today? Alright, so that's our target right there. And we're controlling from here. Alright, let's go ahead and kill our velocity and then work our way down there. Oop. Alright, now I gotta figure out the orientation. So we want to head approximately that way. A little off. Let's turn around. Hey Wada, welcome. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Alright, then we need to just go ahead and go over there. Let's go and turn off our reaction wheels. The final update. Hey Apex, welcome. Except for the update that you still have to do, plus the bug fixes. It's free to play open beta, right? You can still get those versions for free. You can get 0.7 through 0.13 free these days. The old link I had, early KSP, changed, but I did update the link there. All right, we're back. So I think there's only 2 crew members on board there. Yeah, a lot of mods, yeah, broke those old versions. Oh yeah. Yeah, there was, I don't think there was that many mods back then. Because the 0.13 only gets you to the moon. So that was the first, I think it was the first version that had moon landings. And that was it. Alright, we want to land in this. Processing photos. Get the max out of the film. Ah, very good. Yeah, that's good. Good skill to know. Alright, so we want to grab all the science to there. Collect all. Boom. Transfer data. Oh, I guess you can move it piece to piece. Alright, so now, anybody in here? No crew. No crew. Okay, so we need to get Kerbals from here. Wincott. Oh yeah, one thing we can do is we can level everybody up. Alright, so tourist. Let's see everybody here. So Ludley, pilot. Orbit, Dudlin, 7. Flying the Minmus. Okay, so Chris, Burt, and Kima just... No, flying to Kerbin. Land on the moon, orbit moon. So Wincott. So now we have Wincott, Sonvan, Rayford, Malamone. Okay, so all you guys are now at the Kerbin station. So Sonvan can go home. Rayford. They all have that experience. Engineer. Lintop got some extra. Orbit around the moon. Yes, you have that. Dudlin, plant flag. Yes, you have that. Okay, looks like everybody's up to date. Alright, so we want to send back actually Rayford, Malamone, and Wincott. We want to be our new... I guess I can stay too. Just a moment. Alright, well, I know I need to get Sonvan, so I think I've already transferred you, right? Sonvan, okay, so you are going home, no matter what. Whole bunch of people need to go to Minmus, one way or the other. So I think I'll just go ahead and leave everybody else up here. Because you guys need to go to the moon, you guys need to go to Minmus. Alright. Yeah, we'll leave everybody we got here. Just send Sonvan home. Just for mapping out the planet, yeah. Map set edition, no. There's something... I mean, there's the scanning for the ore. But it does it like instantly, as long as you put in north-south orbit. So yeah, there's nothing that sophisticated right now. All right. So right now I have 8 people in the station. Just have enough room for them all. Or 7 crew and 2 tourists. Okay, one tourist is outbound, 1 tourist is inbound. Yeah, we'll keep the current crew there. Nah, actually I should drop a couple. No, those guys want to go. No, because those guys are all going to the moon. 3 people are going to the moon to go with Henry. Yeah, so everyone's going to stay. Alright, so we're just dropping Sonvan. We're going to get our contract complete, and we're gonna get our science. In one go. Yeah, it's just for the ores, I think. I thought there was maybe something else, but I don't think so. Like would show biomes and stuff, but yeah, I think those are all mods. We do have a maneuver in 20 minutes though. So we have to wait on this because it take a bit. We're in the right position now. Yeah, let's go find out about that. So let's go to the Space Center. Let me reset the clocks since we had one stop on us with the Kerbal or the alarm clock bug. Alright, so that's all. Meow. Nope, cat came in, now she wants out again. Alright, we need to go to the station there. Alright, let me let the cat out one more time. There she is again. Meow. Meow. Meow.
Plebs are needed.
Alright, she did not want to go out. So I open the door and she flops in front of it. And then I try to get her to go chase the laser outside, and she completely ignores it for once. It's like, I'm staying just inside the door. If you close it, I'm gonna meow and want to go out again. Alright, so we need to reset our alarm clocks. So we know now that if you just click through all the ones with maneuver nodes, it'll eventually reset the clocks. And that's when we gotta go do. No, turn off the flags. Get a few things off the marker there. Oh, asteroid search. Okay, we don't have a 107 days. Don't have a alarm for that one. But the one we do want is the one at 16 minutes. 17 minutes. What? Why is it showing two different times here? No, I think that's the minute. Alright, so let's fly that. Jim Sala, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. I missed you there. Long load times. It's like loading time. Alright, 17 minutes to get to a rendezvous. And you have Chris, Bert, and Kima. So we need to do a landing with you guys once we get there. Alright, no reason to dilly-dally. Let's go ahead and go. It's like, wake up. There you go, 0.7 kilometers in 1 hour 19 minutes. Okay, the next two maneuvers are 2 hours away. Alright, so we can definitely get this out of the way. Wake up! I'm gonna miss your planet! Alright, target mode. Only 6 meters per second difference. Five, 0.4, 0.3, 2, 1. Alright, docking anywhere there is going to be fine. It's not a whole lot of infrastructure here to worry about. So once I get the other station up and running, we just throw the crew in the lander and then transfer stations. So we'll go for this docking port. And then camera mode. Line all three symbols up. And we're docked. Reaction wheels are off. Yes, as planned. Alright, excellent. So these guys are going to land, but not right now. We have other maneuvers we need to do, I think, around the moon. Okay, all the alarms are running. So that is Moon Station Hab module. That should be Moon Station docking arm. Alright, let's go get these guys. This is going to be interesting because this is all going to be kind of coming in at the same time. Alright, switch to. Alright, so this is gonna be... Alright, so we don't even have a proper maneuver laid out. So let's get into the moon's focus here. No. I want to open this up. Come on. No, I don't want to add maneuver. I want to open this maneuver up. There we go. Alright, so we are going to curl that in. Kind of change inclination. There we go. And we're going to bring those two purple markers as close together as we can. 14 kilometers because of the inclination. But that'll work. Alright, warp to the maneuver. Where's the moon? There's the moon. Probably could have landed the one tourist in the meantime. That's okay. Alright, 13 kilometers. A good place to go. Well, our next one is in 15 minutes, and that take 54 minutes. So now we need to deal with this craft. Switch to. And juggling spacecraft again. Minutes to this node. Do I have a full? Okay, this one I do have a full thing already all set up. Karen with the raid coming through. Welcome, guys. Welcome everybody from Karen's stream. Thank you so much. We're about to assemble more pieces on the new moon station. Welcome everybody. Thank you so much. How was your stream? What were you doing? Some Subnautica? Nice. We had the Subnautica soundtrack earlier. Moose. Alright. Yeah, new docking arm for the new station. First playthrough? Nice. How far are you? just started, or both islands visit? Nice. And bloop. Alright, let's find out what's really going on here. A little bit more of the burn. Alright, the scary thing is I think all these are going to be arriving about the same time. 46 minutes. 1 hour, 46 minutes. Alright, let's... So if that's 1 hour 46, I think the other one wasn't that far. There it is. Right? No, that's not it. Where is it? There it is. Hab module. Okay, I think these are different timings. Slowest speedrun ever. Heck yeah, hey Oler. Probably be scary to look up the speed run record for Subnautica. And then you look at it and go, how did you do that? Alright, so you get around to your rendezvous in 46. Okay, so yeah, so we're not having to do these both at the same time. That's good. Alright, so we want to go to the descending node. One hour on PC, holy cow. Alright, so mostly what I want to do is just fix the inclination. So I'm going to burn this way. Yep, just burn. Oh, that's what it is. Right click. Alright, 1.2 kilometers. Okay, nah, we can do the regular shenanigans. Warp there. Oh, I think there's a reaction video. Is it Subnautica where the devs watch the speedrun and react to it? It may not be Subnautica, but there's something like that. Yeah, active satellites, yep. Have a good one. Alright, Karen, thank you so much again for the raid. where the speed run was just something ridiculously quick that the devs had no idea would even be possible to do it that fast. So I don't know if it was Subnautica. Alright, where is this? There it is. Ruler. Is that the one? Is that the but different? Very cool. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Did I bring... Okay, so that's something I didn't bring, was RCS to actually dock. So I'll have to do it the hard way. Oops, whoops, the time warped a little too much there. Alright, that's 300 seconds away. Alright, let's come to a full stop. Should be good enough. Alright, now we gotta get position to stop again. Actually, do it this way. Waggle the tail, wag the tail. Satisfactory soundtrack. Alright, so we want to get in front of that as best we can. Alright, that part's accomplished. We're a little low. I think we're within acceptable range now. So that's our target. And of course we're controlling from here. Alright, there we are. Be a lot of wobbling on this one. Alright, turn. Okay, well, that was a little faster than I was expecting. Alright, let's turn this off. So that won't do any good. Alright, so now we need to twist just a little bit to align things here. $2. Looks good. Alright, so now we have two little stubby things of fuel left here. So we need a docking arm. I need a fuel truck. And now we can accommodate 6, 10, 12 Kerbals. Alright, docking arms turn. Alright, here we come. Let's go and fix our inclination here first. So we need to go up just a little bit. That'll be good enough. Warp to about there. Alright, now we do the target stuff. Let's get closer. That's not what I wanted to do. That's that side. There we go. There's 0 kilometers. Alright. Slam right into the station. It's one reason I usually don't set it for 0 kilometers, because that way I'm guaranteed not to hit the station if I mess up like this. It's twice I've overshot. Alright, this has RCS though. So we were thinking ahead on this one. Alright, let's spin around. Alright, there we go. So now I need... Alright, so that's our orientation. Unless we can control from here. Okay, that's better. That's more what I want. Alright, so we need to get up here first and then head towards the docking port. Alright, that's the orientation we want. Alright, that's our target. That's pretty good. Alright, let's make sure this is off. Toggle torque. And now we can align the docking ports. Yeah, it's actually really good. Nice one. Is that even necessary? I think it's off by like half a degree. Can't even do. No, I think that's even better. I think it's right on. That really puts a lot of pressure on all the. See how much it wobbled every time I did that? Excellent, and now there's some more excess fuel. So that's 135. Which one do I want it in? I think we'll... How much is in there? 562. I think I want this one emptied out first. I think what I'll do is I won't worry about this one, but we'll give off as much fuel as we can and then deorbit this piece so I can bring the refueler in next. Turn off the main engine before I forget. Shut down engine. Shut down engine. This one we're actually going to use. Because we're going to go ahead and get rid of this, even if we lose a little bit of fuel. And that way the main fuel tank can dock there. Alright, we got the same problem we had before. The only thing left there is the actually let's do no. Thought maybe I could, because I don't think there's any torque on that probe core. I can't remember that if I try to use that for satellites. Alright, let's just get rid of it. Dock. Alright, we got 5 units of electric charge. Actually, I do wanna just tiny bit of thrust. Get this out of the way of that piece. Although, it's gonna take a while. Alright, so I want... Alright, I gotta know the orientation here. So what I need to do is... That's gonna bump. Is that okay? Alright, I gotta go to there. Oh, this does give electric charge, huh? I didn't think the poodle gave charge. Alright, so that's out of the way. And now shut this off again. I think we lowered our periouts by like 100 meters. Very good. Alright, so station's coming together. We just need to bring the fuel truck. Now we can start bringing... we can actually bring the lander back up here next time, because we have this excess fuel here we can use. Alright, so that's all set. So now we want to drop our tourists down, get that contract complete. And bring that science home. Alright, so the science is there, and the Kerbal is there. Nobody there. Just one guy going home. Alright, where are we? Gonna wait a little bit to avoid these mountains. But let's go ahead and undock. RCS, SCS, back away. And then let's go to about there before we burn. Alright, so compared to KSC, if we do above these islands, where do we land? Alright, it's on land. You ready to come home? Is that? Can't quite remember where the desert base is. No, it's down there. I think there's something in there though. Is that where the pyramid is, or the face, or whatever it is? Coming home solo. There's the fire. So it looks like at that... Yeah, my guess is somewhere in here. So that seems like a pretty safe place to do the burn. We want to try to shoot past KSC. Then probably need just before or right over the tip of the crater. I'd probably guess landing out here. Yeah, we can leave it like that. See right through his skull. Ah. Alright, finally slowing down a bit. Looks like we'll land just in the water. It's about a third of the orbit for re-entry. $4,000 for drogues. And then 1,500 for the regular. Then warp. Late night, hey, yep. No, it's only 10. Or 11 o'clock, almost 11 o'clock. So not super late for me. Sometimes I'll stream till 4, 6 in the morning. Alright, so we've landed. I'm gonna cover the vessel. So we brought, I want to see how much science we brought back. Yeah, 3-hour difference. Loading. Tweet tweet. No, actually, I think I'm pretty close to ending here. Usually I'll have at least a couple more hours, but I got a late start relative to when I woke up. Alright, we end up with 185 science, 566 total, so we can actually unlock something now. Funds, 2 million. Alright, so we can unlock something. What was I gonna unlock? We got the big battery pack and the fuel cell. Have automation, bigger relay antenna, Unitron, the drone core for the Mark II parts, the big drone core, then the Probodyne Hex. Can you do all the stuff? Target tracking. So you can do all the stuff. And can you do all the stuff? Maneuver hold, target tracking. You can do all this stuff. Alright. Tempting to do that just so I can standardize the probe cores from now on. Advanced motors, big wheels, rotor, cargo part. Aerodynamics, I'm not really too worried about. Big old fuel tanks. And big old rocket motors. We don't really need those yet. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go ahead and get... ion propulsion is also there. I think I'm just going to go ahead and get the probe cores. Like I said, now I can standardize it around the probe cores that do all the things. Alright, let's see what our new contract is. Position satellite polar orbiter Minmus. Gravioli detector. Longitude of ascending node 186. 90 degrees. Perfect, we'll take it. Alright, so we got those guys going. We need to ship the new one to the moon. Those guys are all traveling to Minmus. They're traveling to Minmus. Still have to land. Complete. We did dock. Yes, we did. Okay. Yeah, so we need to do a Minmus landing. We need to ship the one tourist to the moon. We need to send a satellite to Minmus. We need to send station parts to Minmus. That's about to be done in a few days. Cool. Alright. So let's go ahead and see who we're gonna raid. I'll be back tomorrow with oxygen not included, where we have our 24 dupe challenge. This time we're moving to Oasis. It's the last and hardest asteroid. Alright, who do we got here? That. Pretty quiet. Let's go ahead and stay in Kerbal then. Let's go say the Loopy Dragon. Loopy is an L-U-P-I, not L-O-P-Y. He's doing some KSP. Copy that. Good night, guys. Thank you so much. Loopy Dragon. Jimorian Chill Raid is the call. And then we'll, yeah, see you guys tomorrow with oxygen not included. And then I think I'm going to take Monday off. I think that I'm going to try to record some YouTube videos on Monday for Transport Fever. Then we'll be back Tuesday with Satisfactory or Dyson Sphere. I think is the plan there. Oh, you're welcome, Wildcane. Thank you. Alright, raid Loopy Dragon. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bloop. Alright, have a good one. Catch you later, and bye-bye. And la boop.